Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the, what day is it? Monday? Is it Monday edition of the stream? Today, we're going to be working on some more Insignia dev. I think this week we'll be focusing on combat polish. Given that we've been working on the combat test and that the combat animations need to be in a good state for the upcoming demo, I thought it would be an opportunity to kind of like kill two birds with one stone kind of thing. So yeah, I think that's what we'll do today. I want to say this music's very emotionally strong. Oh guys, it's a really heartfelt start to the stream today. I want to say a big welcome to everybody who's here in chat. Thank you so much for joining. And a big thank you to, what is that? That says Flamitos for the most recent follow, and Bildow for the most recent subscription. Thank you so much. Okay. One other thing. That's what I want. Okay. I've got this on the, it's the Final Fantasy playlist on Pretzel. I just thought it would be nice and fun and cool, but it seems a little, it's very dramatic, isn't it? Let me, I wonder if it's actually Final Fantasy or just Final Fantasy-esque things. I'm not sure. We'll find out. Okay. I mean, most of that music's licensed, so we'll see what happens. Hey, thanks for the follow, Hibbly Hibbleton. It's very quiet though. You can't even hear that, right? Okay, I think this is like a, I think it's like an AI playlist of tracks that suit the Final Fantasy aesthetic without being from Final Fantasy. I think that's what this is supposed to be. Yeah. Do I like it? I don't know. I don't think so. Shall we just go back to chiptune? This sounds like Assassin's Creed, this track. But it's not, the problem is, it's not very good music. It's just okay. We're still on Stardew Valley. Let me fix that. The problem is that... Alright, I'll fix that now. How about we do that? Technically, I was playing the Stardew Valley OST very recently. Okay. Now the issue is that the music. Hey, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome, Timber. The issue is that the thing's not going to work the way that it's supposed to, because I need to run Pretzel from the browser at the moment because the app's not working. I feel like it's more trouble than it's worth. Let's just try to make it easy for ourselves here. Like, that doesn't even update in the top left. What a shame. Not much I can do about that, unfortunately. You want the music a little quieter? Maybe like here? Hey, Dolanmeister. Welcome, welcome. Thank you so much. Alrighty. So... we probably... you know what? We probably should also put the stream current to-do on there as well. 1 second. One second. You don't want to see that. Okay. What are we doing? So, I'm using a tablet at the moment. So today we're doing combat animations. Can AI draw pixelated images as good? They're pretty good. They can do. Do I ever use multi-copy paste in with Windows V instead of Control V? No, I typically just use Control V. Okay. So, I've got this animation. It's like a downward stab. I don't mind it. It feels okay. I've been playtesting it in the game today. So that's what it's supposed to do. It mostly works. We have a hit rego issue in this game. Too many hits getting registered at once. So, I think the downward slash is okay. It needs to be. It's got the difficult task of needing to be a downward stab, without being too. It needs to have forward reach as well. That's the issue. So I'm trying to be conscious of it. It's kind of like a diagonal thing now. But I wonder if it would need to be something even more drastic, even more overhead. Not sure. Like he could start leaning back and go over. Yeah, what's happening with this currently? I'm pretty convinced that I had fixed this at one point, but I may have undone some of the logic that I had put in place originally to make this work. So I have in my game a hitbox banning system. That is to say, if you hit an enemy with a specific hitbox, we can look at this. Sword combo. We'll fix this today, for sure, no question. Okay, see this? We've got lots of overlapping hitboxes. This probably shouldn't ever really be this way, but it is this way right now. So, right now, the I think scenario where this will not work the way it's supposed to is if one hitbox hits the enemy and then the enemy changes animations and then Armin is still in this attack, a different hitbox will be allowed to hit that enemy. Man, this is crazy. Why did I do this way? This is a long time this has been in the game. That's just got to go, I think. Yeah. I mean, even so, I probably would just make this like this and just be done with it. Why even have 3 hitboxes in this case? And just make it 20. I've changed the way the game works quite a lot in the time since I've created this system. Well, now there's literally only 1 hitbox, so you won't have to worry about that. 24 damage. Oh, that's because the sword that we're carrying is getting multiplied in. But there is this, you can see when the enemy is like being juggled. The 2 hits show up at the same time. So that is a bug I need to fix. I won't fix it right now. We'll move on from it. I did want to do the slide though. I really like this animation, or this frame. Why would there be a need for hitboxes at the top? It's mostly a coverage question. Some moves are supposed to hit all around the player, and some moves are supposed to hit specific areas. It's a balance thing. It's not really, it's not about like logic per se. Well, you always want there to be logic, but sometimes something makes sense for gameplay reasons more than it does for, visual reasons. He looks good all red. Well, he's not going to be all red, unfortunately. I've got a pretty quick workflow these days of getting him colored up. Although this doesn't look like my palette. Okay. I don't think this is right yet. That's pretty close. Let's see if we can grab... Oh, the head size isn't that far off. Tripping on a banana. Ah. Oops. Oh. Oof. It's okay. I almost feel like the detail takes something away from him. In a way, in a strange sense. What is this track, man? What is this music? Get me out of here. It's so bad. Those tracks, and there are like actually many of them. Like this person has made an album full of tracks just like that, and they play very often. I've had to dislike them all manually. It feels like maybe Pretzel needs a bit more quality control. I don't mean to be like offensive, but that music's not, it's not at a high enough quality. It's not at a high enough standard to go on that platform. Like I'm paying for that stuff, you know? Yeah, it bothers me a bit. Yeah. Oh, I've gone by and disliked like all of it. I'm like manually disliking all of it. Like, nope, nope, nope. But I don't, for whatever reason, I mustn't be able to catch all of it. I try. I mean, that's basically a finished frame. Hey, lazy. Oh, I took the sword away. I'm like, why doesn't it look the same? And I might just decrease his hair by 1 pixel, just because I know that the outline's going to add a pixel. Pretty cool. Maybe the sword's a little bit... Should be more like this, maybe? Yeah, maybe we'll cut it down a little bit. The blade is quite wide, so depending on which, like how he's holding it, it's like that or that. It'll be like that or like that. Okay. I think we're going to need animations for these, but like very subtle ones. Just little jitters and stuff. WhatsApp tablet. What tablet? I use a Wacom Intuos Small. You don't change the cursor from one monitor to the other. The cursor just goes to one monitor. And then I use my mouse to go to the other monitor. Like I might need like his cape going like this and his hair going like that. Maybe like just 3 frames or so. Why do you think he won't learn anything? Kinda looks like he's slipping. Well, I don't think it matters. I think it looks pretty good when there's fire happening. I mean, what else would he look like? I'm not sure. How else does someone do like a controlled slide? It's supposed to be like the Mega Man slide. I mean, it's like the same, almost exactly the same pose. It's almost 1-to-1. It's kind of like the sword. He hits him with the sword, but the feet are out. I think it works. I'm not going to question it. Yeah, it's not supposed to be realistic. It's just like, it's a move where he slides along the ground. And it knocks people into the air if he hits them. I think it's okay. I mean, we can move the sword forward, maybe. But I think his arm going back sells the thing. So I just think as long as the sword is out. The bottom leg laying flat and up. Well, again, we're looking at the Mega Man slide. That's exactly how it is. One leg down, flat, one leg up. Like, that's the slide. And I'm sure that's a baseball slide too. It's the same thing, you guys. Hey, jolly girl. I do have time today. Yeah. It's one arm down and back. One arm up. Like in this case, he's got both feet down, but one of the feet is kind of bent. There's a foot up there. Like, are we just talking about this toe going this way? Like, is that literally the only difference? Like, literally just that you want his toe to not look like it's... Like, I could bring this down. It just won't look as interesting. The pose just won't be as dramatic. If I brought this down here. To me, that just, you know, it's fine. It just makes it a little more... It makes the silhouette less interesting. But... Yeah, I mean, it's fine. I don't think it's worse necessarily. I think it's fine as it is, and it's fine as it was. It's fine either way. Raise it up even further. I think it looks good now. And I think it looked good before. Alright. So. I want to basically get through as many of these as I can. So I'm just going to like go through them. I really like this attack. I think I almost nailed it the first time with this stuff. The pose, everything about it's good. What do I think about NFTs? I don't care about NFTs at all. I don't think anything about them. I don't think that NFTs are that's like saying, like, it's a form of commodity. It's got nothing to do with art to me. You know, if you want to do pixel art, do pixel art. If you want to make NFTs, do that. But I don't think you should make pixel art just to sell them as NFTs. I don't think you should get into NFTs because you want to learn pixel art. It's a separate set of concerns, you know? All right, so let's do this. I think this is a great pose. Really, really good. Except maybe we lower this hand a little. Definitely lead with the shoulder. I've been getting into golf a little bit recently, and so I can see what I would want out of this. Keep the jaw kind of low. Push that shoulder forward. Would a Google Drive link work? Sure. This is AEST, yeah, that's right. This frame here, I feel like the legs are a little bit further forward compared to where they need to be. For the most part, I do use the same milliseconds for every frame. So what are we looking at here? All of it? To pass gas is to be human. Do you have a specific thing in mind that you want feedback on? I'll take this screenshot. Okay. I really like your background. I like the trees. I like the mist. I really like this fern. This looks really cool. Reminds me of the ferns that I do in my game. In general, I would say like the silhouette stuff that's going on here is really nice. I really like it. It's a little bit flat, these sets of bushes, but like there does seem to be a bit of a separation between the stuff back here and the stuff in the frame. Kind of feels like, and I deal with this myself all the time. I'm still trying to work on it. Like, sometimes there's a distinction between like, do you want the stage to feel separated from the background or like continuous with the background? Right now it feels separated, but it's not a criticism. It's just what I'm thinking about. The tile set it's simple, but what you're doing is effective with it. So I can clearly see like where the level is. My criticism that I would have for it, for the stonework here, is that the contrast is a little bit high. So this, particularly like this kind of thing here, is very loud. It's the loudest thing in the scene. But assuming that my assumptions are correct, this probably means the least. Like maybe this edge is important because that's the wall, but the grass is probably more meaningful than the dirt, than the stones. Yet the stones stand out more. So I would consider taking all of these stone colors, like this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, and making them all a little bit more like that. Hey, Practical NPC, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, welcome. We're just in the middle of an art review. So, making them all closer together. They don't have to necessarily be darker, but they probably should be a little more flat, just a little less high contrast, lower contrast. This stuff up here is fine. Like the stones here are the same sort of tone as your grass, which is, you know, makes them blend with it a lot more. I think, pardon me, I think your grass is pretty good. Not bad. Maybe like some of these pixels here are doing a little bit more work than they need to. Like they're probably just a little louder than they should need to be. Like that probably helps these pixels in the front stand out a bit better to knock these ones back a little bit. And in fact, if you flatten these like I've just done a little bit, then it helps the background incorporate a little bit more with the game. Like you kind of want to create this sense that the stuff at the very, very, very front is getting most of the visual attention. It's catching the most little stray light, stuff like that. And the stuff in the back is flatter because it means less, right? It's less important. So that you could even apply that logic to this, given that there's like a little bit of depth there, right? The stuff in the background gets a little flatter than the stuff in the foreground. So that's something that I would consider. Your log looks really cool. I like the grain that I can see. I like being able to see the timber part like this. I do think that right now there's probably too much detail given the general rest of the aesthetic of the game. Like this is the most detailed thing in the game. Even more detailed than your character. So instead, I would consider flattening it out. I would consider something where you'd sort of just let this stuff breathe a bit more. You know, go for fewer tones. Go for flatter space. You could still have some of these highlights here and there, but I would make them just generally flatter. And then only have this wood texture at the point of contrast. So where one color shifts into the next shade, that's where I would put this. Maybe just one or two, just to continue to kind of sell that thing there. But you don't need to go all the way through the wood. Maybe a little bit more. So I think that gives you a bit more space. I'd also like maybe just get rid of this color here, or pick like a brighter color and just sort of go all on top. That way we get to tell what's the surface. So we say, oh, all of this light color, that's the top of the log. That's where we can stand, right? Just considering like the difference between what is functional, what you can stand on, and what's aesthetic. So you don't have to do this. Like it's not necessarily what I would do, but I would just try to avoid the confusion of there being, you know, like right now there's a lot of different tones and there is an area that you can stand on. I think this is where my collider probably would be, given that you've got your brightest colors here. But right now it's just there's a lot happening. Yeah, that is the challenge of pixel art. Like it's not even wrong to do it this way. It's just that in the scope of the entire screenshot, the consistency of detail is a little bit, it's a bit overtuned just for these logs. Like they are important. They should have more detail than the background, but it's really important to not It's almost like, how do I put this? Let's go. Like, it's almost like this. It's like, this is levels of detail, right? This is like a graph. And this stuff here is background, and this is midground, and this is foreground. So like the foreground should have more detail than the background, right? And it should change, right? So the stuff in the back should be mostly pretty flat, just like 2 colors. And the stuff in the foreground can be as many colors as you want. Let's say 8, just whatever. Okay. That's probably something you can expect to happen. This is the back. This is front or 4. You do want that, but right now your log is sitting like up here. Like nothing else is as detailed as the log. And the log is kind of, it should be more detailed in the background, but probably not quite as much. It's just a bit of an outlier. And I would say like, particularly your character, your character sets kind of like the upper bound, right? Like, because the character is probably the thing that we're looking at the most. So maybe not the upper bound, but I wouldn't add much more detail than what's in your character in terms of general volume and contrast and like the outlines. Like I think your character's kind of cool. I have comments that I would make about perspective and things like that, but the way that you're handling like the simple line work on like the eyes and the eyebrows and the nose, all that stuff has like a level of confidence here where you've got a lot of empty space that helps it breathe. That's really, really good. I actually appreciate that you've done that. But I want to see that same level of confidence with the log. You know, let the space breathe a little bit. It doesn't have to be so textured everywhere. And I might even say something similar with the grass. This is it's such a complicated topic and I get stuck on it all the time. So please don't, I'm not perfect about this. But recently I've been doing a grass tile set and you can see the differences in my grass from this to this. Oh, not that. Okay. So looking at something like this versus something like this. Notice how the second one, the grass is, it's a lot more loud, right? It's not worse. Like I like it. I'm very proud of what I made here, but every blade is kind of like sticking out at us. Whereas here, the grass is more of like a space, right? It's like more, it's more relaxed, the area where we're looking at. There are details, but they're sort of less loud. And especially as we go down into the black, I'm kind of like doing probably a better job here of just being more subtle about it. So that's something that I'm always trying to get better at. And I think similar lesson here, like whether it's the stonework or the grass, like just learning, and again, constant journey, learning how to like use those details in a way where they stick out exactly where they need to and no more than that. It's really hard. It's not easy at all. One other thing I'd say, just with these with this foliage stuff, I think you're doing a good job. I think you will see the most improvement with this in terms of how it's integrating with your scene. If you think about when you draw this plant, draw it. Don't like necessarily make a new file and just draw the plant. Like don't do this and then draw a plant and then stick it in. Take a screenshot of your level like this. Copy that, put that in the space where it's going to be, and then draw the plant. What this will do is it will help you think about kind of like, I mean, I would even go for a bigger screenshot than this, give it even more context. But I would think about how that plant, is going to live with the rest of the space. Are there more plants? Is there like other shoots of it? Is it grassy? Like how do we integrate this thing with the rest of the scene? Maybe you don't want it to climb up the wall because you want to be able to reuse it in other areas, but like, you know, especially if it's like a forest, because there's been a lot of time, there may be lots like, what's the word? Different plants at different levels of maturation, like some of them are fully grown, some of them are flowering, some of them are, you know, smaller. There might be things that live around the plant, you know. Thinking about that context will help create a bit more of that seamlessness, if you want it. There is something that I will say. There's a stylistic thing here. It's not wrong to do what you're doing if what you're doing is what you're going for. Like in Mario Brothers 3, a lot of the assets feel like they're billboards, like stuck on, because the game is presented like a theater production. Mario Brothers 3 is essentially a stage, right? And everything in the world is like cardboard cutouts on the stage, and Paper Mario goes further in that area. So I don't know what the context for your game is, and if you're going for something that's a little bit more stylized in that way, then you can disregard the stuff about like trying to keep it all integrated and continuous. It's just something to think about. And then finally, like with your character, he's very. The one thing I would say is that his head, right now, it looks like this, right? It feels like he's got some perspective, right? Like this is his face, this is the side of his head, especially because his ears are all the way back here. So that perspective, that 3/4 perspective, I wonder if we could see it here as well. So I would consider like maybe we shouldn't see the shoulder quite so much. You know, maybe his hand can still kind of like poke out, or maybe not. Maybe we don't see his other hand. Or maybe there's something he can be doing in his pose that makes his hands more likely to be visible. It's not bad. Like you could keep it like this, but I feel like his shoulder at the very least is kind of high. I might even lower the shoulder just to help us feel like this is kind of a bit more in the background. You can use color to do it too. You can make it darker, but I don't think you necessarily have to do that. Like in Insignia, I would make this leg probably just darker, just to create the separation in depth. But that's a total personal preference thing. I'm very curious as to where this businessman, I guess he's a businessman, he's got a nice business tie, what he's doing in the jungle. I guess we'll have to play the game to find out, right? Cool. There you go. Banished for farting in a business meeting. Alrighty then. I understand. Well, if it's that kind of game, like, yeah, then maybe the graphics don't need to be quite so realistic. You know, you can keep it fun. Do I know Suikoden? No. What the heck? What am I doing? Sorry. The backgrounds? This is pixel art, yeah. Yeah, that's all pixel art. This is a photo. These are photo textures. It looks like they're kind of almost like kit bashing a little bit. That's 3D, but the textures are low res enough that I think they might be painted. This is pixel art that has been like it's been created in not just a pixel editor, like it's more like almost Photoshop. This is 3D, but still pixel textures. When this is like the thing that this generation of games that we're looking at here, it's like definitely the art is low res enough that it's pixel art because it's so low res. But some of the techniques that are being used, they're trying to graduate. They're trying to get out of being pixel art because the hardware is now powerful enough that they don't have to be pixel art. So that's where we're seeing, like in the background here, this mountain, that's a photo. The sky, that's probably a photo that they've tried to flatten and do stuff with and then import into the game. It reminds me of like Final Fantasy VI has some of that stuff, I think. Where it's doing stuff that's like, there are like photo textures being used and they're being almost like papier-mâché'd into the scene. This scene here, like the background, it's almost like a painting that's been like this thing. I don't know if that's, well, it could be pixel art, or even like Donkey Kong Country does this a lot. The snow level in Donkey Kong Country, like that, this back here looks like a photo of a mountain. And then the trees look like 3D models. Like that back there. Yeah, it's almost certainly a picture. I think that's a photo. And then I think these are painted in. Hey, thanks for the follow, Jay. And thank you for the follow, Yazik. Yeah, you could just see it's in the details. It's in the way that the light is falling off. Like a person would never do shapes like this, you know? It's kind of, it looks confused almost. And it's because it's been quantized. So they've taken a photo and they've put a palette on it, you know? Whereas like in real life, you might look at some of this stuff and think, oh, okay, well, you know, I've got this color here. Maybe I'll create more of a shape here, and you'll see them doing more like, what's the word? You know, reasoned pixel placement. Maybe you should have a bit of a fall off here to make that not so loud. Maybe we anti-alias that. Oh, maybe we create more of an edge. You know, you have like, you can see the brushwork. That's actually Mount Everest, probably. Silkfield, thank you so much for the follow. All right. So let's get this colored in, shall we? Boom, boom. This is so dark. Why did I do that? Okay. Boom, boom. Boom. Oh. Boom. 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 Thanks, cat dog. Hey, CRB. Jolly girl, thank you so much for the gifted subs. Thank you, thank you. Someone asked, is using layer tints on Aseprite for layer taints? Do you mean like modes? Do you mean this kind of stuff? Or do you mean like having a layer that's semi-opaque? Is it a good idea? It depends on what you're trying to do with it. It's not a bad idea. It's just about making sure that your image is consistent at the end of the day and works. If it works, it's not a bad idea, you know? Oh, thank you, Jolly. You didn't have to do that. Okay, I guess it doesn't really... I guess this is the closest thing I've got. That'll do. Okay, but did I get the pose right? So, the way that I would describe my approach to coloring now, in 2024, my advice is like this. Start with a palette. A palette is good for making sure there's consistency across your game. You don't have to keep to the palette if it makes sense. If there are exceptions where you have to break from the palette to make something less contrasty, less noisy, or just to be generally more subtle, do that. Add colors between the palette, but the palette should represent the extent of your style. That's kind of how I think about it. So like, if I was to create colors here, because I felt like it was too high contrast, like let's just say an example would be, like I've got scenes. I guess this is an example. Not this one. Not this. This one here. So this tile set, I've got lots of colors. I basically just threw the palette away for this one, just to see what would happen. And what I'm struggling with a little bit is I feel like I need a bit more of that contrast back in, but I don't have a good like reference point. So I feel like I've kind of, by not having any palette, I don't really know where like the tonal like root of the thing is. Like, notice how like some of this stuff, it kind of looks a little, it feels almost a bit washed out. It feels like there's like almost a gray layer on top of this that I'm supposed to be hiding to make it so that I can really see it. I don't know if you feel that way, but for me, it's just like a sense of like a haze about it. And that's because I've got so many colors that are so close together. It doesn't, to me, I think that it doesn't feel as confident. It feels like, okay, like particularly I think this color and these two, like if I was to, not that this would look good, but if I was to completely get rid of that, it's just something about it where it's not quite there yet. Whereas another example would be this tile set, which I've been doing a bit of work on. This was more yellow, and I made it, I've been playing around with the colors a little bit for it. What I would love to see here is a color for this green. Like it used to be, I was just using these colors. See how more yellow these greens are than this one? I added these greens just to see what would happen. And I like them, they're nice and green, but down here, they kind of don't really work with this brown. So like maybe here I should be looking to use something, you know, less saturated, a little bit more, not necessarily darker, but it got a bit more yellow in it, something that's closer to this color. And you can kind of, you know, if we come over here and have a look at these two colors, saturation wise, they're pretty close, but you know, maybe we would want even like an in-between color to sort of bridge them, you know, maybe something, I don't even know. This, probably not this purple, but hey, maybe we do throw in like a random extra color, you know, just to give it something. Because like the center point between these two colors would be like a blue, but that's not really, I don't think that's where we need to be. Oh, I guess that's not too bad. Yeah, like maybe I add in this blue shade around here, you know, to give it a bit more subtlety. And then maybe we can get away with this grass now that we've got the blue underneath it. You know, it's stuff like that where like it's creating colors between to sort of bridge the gaps a little bit. Just only because the palette is limited by definition. Right, like the palette is limited, which means this green and this brown, then they're not near each other, right? Like I've got a bunch of greens and a bunch of browns, and because I've made it a palette using like these linear ramps, I don't have a lot of in-between colors to join them. So sometimes you have to add them, you know. That I'm okay with doing that these days. In the past, maybe not. So like here, if you look between these two colors, look at the bottom left of my screen, this here. As I flick between these two, the color between these would be somewhere like here, you know? Which, it's not really what I'm looking for. Maybe I go a little bit more green anyway. How did I get this color? If it was, that's so weird. I don't know how I just did that. You know, maybe we stick to this color, not everywhere, but just on the edges. You know, you can do things, right? You can play with it if it looks better. Ultimately, don't make your game look worse just because you've got a palette. That's, I guess, what I'm really saying. But it's really important that you know where your limitations are. That's, I think, the absolute biggest thing is try to work within your means as an artist, because it's very easy to get lost. That's why a palette is good. Palette gives you home. It gives you a grounding point. As soon as you start going off and just adding all kinds of colors everywhere, now there's no point having a palette in the first place. Hey, CRB, thank you so much for the sub. So, palette helps keeps things simple, if you need them to be a little more complicated, you can break the palette, but just, you know, be careful. I was watching a video yesterday, actually. Terran Stone, thanks for the follow. I think this is a really good tip. I was watching a video on YouTube, and it was James Cameron talking to Greta Gerwig, I think her name is, the woman who directed the Barbie movie. Greta Gerwig. They were discussing like their techniques as directors and their methods, and they were actually like really in sync, the two of them. It was really interesting to listen to them. It's just like an interview on YouTube between the two. It's called Directors on Directors. I think it's by Variety. I'm not sure. So they were talking about writing directable scenes. I think it's such an important concept, and it's the same in. I can think about the same sort of thing in pixel art and in game design. In basically everything. It's if you know where your comfort level is from a technical perspective, you can make something that doesn't make problems for future you, do it that way. Because at least you'll be able to make something that you can continue to be confident in as you're working on it, right? Like if you make something that's so complicated that it can't fit into the bigger piece of art that you're making, then what happens is you end up trying to compromise to make it fit, or you're problem solving a lot. Problem solving is it's a really, really, really good skill to have, but you shouldn't have to be doing so much of it, you know? If you want to be making art, like if you're making like a game and the game has a story and you want to affect people with the story, you're trying to like communicate with people and tell like a beautiful story or whatever. The telling a beautiful story and the troubleshooting your video game, those two things don't cross over. Like people don't go, wow, this game is so complicated, that makes me like the story more. So for me, I've learned this. I think it's this, not that. This, not this. Where's the A sprite? This. This to me is like the definition of this thing. Okay. So this is 3 different versions of the same sprite. And it shows that you can basically communicate the exact same thing 3 different ways, and the last way is way easier than the first way. There's a lot of details, right? Like look at all these little pixels that I've put here to create like shading on his like flank, right? That's all very good and well, and like these little extra seams here, like it's great, but does it really add to anything? Here you don't even see the side. His body's invisible basically, right? But you kind of still get it because the silhouette's strong, the lighting's clear, like the shapes are there. So which one's easier to animate? That's the question. This is not an animatable sprite, or like it is, anything can be animated, but this one would take a lot longer because the details here need to be consistent to look good. So if you just don't have them, they don't need to be so consistent. That's the idea of like writing directable scenes. Here, it's like drawing animatable sprites. That's the idea. So like when I look at my main character, Armin, you guys are watching me and you're saying, wow, he's so fast. Yeah, this is fast. This is easy to animate, but like, this was not easy to animate. This was really hard to animate. Like, look at how many extra pixels we've got for this character. Look at the difference between this guy and this guy. And it got worse than this. I mean, the very earliest stuff. Let me show you something. One sec. I'm not going to be able to grab them because they're on OneDrive and I'm not signed in right now and I don't want to sign in. But the oldest versions of Armin, the main character, were so hard to look at. I've got a video about this actually. If you're really interested in this stuff, watch this video. This is the video where I talk about this stuff. Now, it's very easy to look at two animations and say, well, this one's clearly drawn better. It's quite a long video, but it's there are more frames. It's smoother. Right at the end, I talk about it. Yeah, this was the first version of Armin that I drew that I thought would be in the game. And look at the hair, like how much dithering there is. You know how hard this was to animate? I spent so long trying to animate this hair. Every frame was a nightmare. It's so hard to animate. This is from a year ago. Yeah. So, just something to think about. Like, it's easy for me now to animate because I've tried to strip down the character to only the most straightforward elements that are the clearest or that contribute to the actual like definition of the character the most. So, what don't I like about this? I don't like the fact that his hand is so long. His arm is so long. So, something needs to change. Either his arm needs to change or his shoulder needs to come in. Sometimes, you know, you draw something and it looks great in like blockiness, but then once you come to animate it, it doesn't really work. Or once you come to like detail it. I think part of this is because his torso is facing us too much. That looks fine. That's good. I like putting the buttons on him. They're just, for me, it's just like one detail I'll never get rid of. But that's a good frame. And I might be able to, hey, saves the queen. I might be able to just copy paste this one. I'm trying to do more keyframe based animation. So here, like I might just take this and then just, I mean, it's so similar. The amount of pixels is basically nothing different. Although the sword's a little... It's really hard to... I find this very hard. I don't really have a workflow for this particular style. Because I can't really see the differences between these frames now that I've copied and pasted. This is where my normal style works a bit better for me, because I'll have drawn all of the frames in low detail first, and then it's just about coloring them and adding more detail. Whereas here it's like, okay, I've copied and pasted. Maybe there shouldn't be that much difference between them. I couldn't tell you. Like, I probably would bring his arm across. I think the tablet, for me, I mean, look. What I find is that mice are good at this. Mice are good at picking and placing. That's what a mouse is good for. A mouse is not good for dragging, I find. Because what's happening is, when you're using a mouse, you're using your wrist to drag, right? So you're trying to drag down a little bit, or you're using your whole shoulder, right? Because your elbow can't go backwards. That's the problem. The elbow, it can't shrink this length. So the only way that you can move your mouse back is by moving your entire shoulder back, right? Or you're lifting your wrist. That, for me, if I'm making art all day, it puts a lot of strain on me, right? It's super fast and like my mouse sensitivity is like high enough that I don't need to move my shoulder back to do that. I can get around, you know, that's me doing this with my fingers, right? So there's that, But I think that, again, places a lot of strain on your wrist and your fingers. Whereas this is just, all you're doing is swinging your fingers for the most part. And your wrist can rest like that. That's all I do all day, right? This motion, it just, for me, it's more precise and there's less strain. I mean this, I have never, since using a tablet, and I've been using a tablet for 15 odd years, I have never had like RSI from a pen. I've never felt like, oh, my hand hurts because I've been doing pixel art all day. That's not the thing that fails. For me, it's my eyes. My eyes get tired, or my shoulders get a bit tense if I'm like looking at the monitor too long and I'm leaning into the desk. But like, never my fingers. My fingers are happy. So, but I remember playing like FPS games and getting sore wrists. So for me, it's just like, look, I've done a lot of drawing as a kid. I've always enjoyed art with a real pen. So for me, I'm probably biased. You know, I'm willing to accept that bias. But, you know, I wonder, have I got a point or not? I think I probably have a point. The tablet you use is so expensive. Yeah, I mean, your alternatives are basically the Huion series. I think there are other tablets you can get. I mean, it's 100 US or 100 Australian is my tablet. It's not that expensive. But I know that not every country has access to everything. So this is like a Chinese brand. And like something like not this, something like this is the equivalent of what I've got. I mean, that's 60 Australian. Even this looks pretty close to what I use. Yeah, I mean, that's basically the same sort of thing. I don't know if it's resistive or if it's capacitive. But pretty cheap. I have the Huion 420, which I don't really recommend. It'll get the job done. It's the cheapest one, basically, that you can get. This one is not, it's not great. I've done work for my games on this. It's okay. It's not gonna like not work. It's just like, it's just not like a joy to use, you know. And this one was about $25 when I bought it. I don't even know if they sell it anymore. It might be outside of their it might be too dated now. You know what's cool though? This is kind of interesting. It's got keys on it. Huh. That's actually so cool. I don't hate that. Yeah, all the way from B. Yeah, that's basically the ones that I use. Wow. Half a keyboard. With a dial too. I think you can flip I think you can flip them. I just find for most tablets, the keys on the tablet are worthless. Like I don't, on mine, I've got one like this, the Intuos Pro. I don't press these ever. I just don't. They're just not where they need to be for me to press them. You know. Pen buttons are pretty good. Yeah. It's just because your hand isn't. They're not comfortable for your hand to reach. Like if you want to be touching your tablet all day, this hand motion. Like, what do? Do you do this so you can press them on the sides, or do you do this and then run your finger up and down? It's just weird. It's not comfortable. Whereas like, you know, for someone, again, I know I'm right-handed. This is an easy motion I can sit like this all day. You know, my hand resting on the desk. It's no problem. It's just like easy. Anyway. Yo, pals, I'm going to take a break. Okay? Oh, that's not what I wanted. Get back down there. So we want to bring the body forward and the leg back. Maybe even one more, 2 pixels. And the knee down. I really dislike this style of animating, but I think it's faster. That looks right. I mean, that looks fine to me. So, yeah. It is faster to do it this way. Now I want a Kit Kat. Hi, I like making games, but I'm bad at art, and it's stopping me from making games. What should I do? You should use assets. You should go to itch.io if you're making a pixel art game. And you should download some free assets or paid assets and make your game using this stuff. People love sharing their assets. And if you really want to be using custom art for your game, you can find an artist and work with them. Find someone who makes assets like this and say, hey, I'm making a game. Do you want to make it with me? You know, if they might be a beginner artist. But maybe they have more time than you do to learn art. And maybe you're more focused on other parts. Okay. So, I'm going to take a break. I will see you guys in a little bit. I can't run ads with this setup just yet, so enjoy. I'll see you in a little while. Okay. Oh man, I'm feeling a little flat today. This work always drains me a little. It's not particularly cerebral work, if you know what I mean. It's just like, it's not like, it's not chill either, this kind of work. It's kind of like, you have to be looking and making judgments. And if you spend too long without observing exactly what you're doing, you might actually waste time. Because you'll make some decision that just doesn't work. Or like you'll forget to make a decision. Like you'll do some work and it'll just be not what you're, it just won't fit. And you'll be like, oh no, did not intend for that to happen. I actually did that yesterday. I was watching a movie while I was doing pixel art, and I didn't realize until about half an hour in that the animation that I did is no longer in the game. So I did this beautiful backstep animation and then realized after I'd finished it that I don't have a backstep in the game right now. It was just part of an animation like set that I had created that I hadn't finished detailing. And I was like, oh yeah, I need to finish this. It was like 40 minutes of like doing this animation. And you know, maybe there'll be one in the game at some point. Maybe I'll put it back in or I'll get some use out of it or something. I might replace the back roll with the back step or something. But it just did not occur to me that I had taken it out. It was just 3 frames. It wasn't a big deal. And I'd already done a lot of the groundwork on the animation. It was this. It was this. I mean, he still needs his eyes, but I don't have this backstep in the game right now. So it's just time spent for nothing. I was doing this morning. I don't know if I even like it. It's kind of weird. He looks like the gun is like a rifle in his hand. Hey, Uriaki. I might finish this one. Quite like it. It's in the game right now, so I'll have to do an equivalent of this animation one way or another. Pistol blade. Pistol shrimp. Now, this animation, I've done it so that he's facing away from us, but it doesn't have to be that way. I guess because I've got the blade in front of him here, it would be behind him here. So it's in the front towards the camera, and then it goes behind the camera when he swings up. But it probably could have also been these arms in the same orientation but with the sword above. Maybe that's the way to do it. I always feel bad about making him turn away from the camera. The best approach for key bindings, there's no best. I think you have to really understand your game. You have to really know like what it is you're trying to achieve and what the game needs. Like the keybinds in my game are the way that they are because of the mechanics around combat. So I have directional parries, which means because there's up, down, left, right, I've got to map them with because I've got exactly 4 and I've got them with directions. It makes sense to bind them with like holding the attack button and then pressing a direction. But it's different for different games. It's different. So the way to do this the other way would be, let me think about this. How have I got this here? I've definitely got him facing away. Oh, that was cool too. I like that one. But I think it was too much of an arc. That's why. Let's keep it like this for now. Let's just keep it. Like in my game, I'm really thinking about the systems, you know, that make up all of these things. It's not just like, oh, what's an industry standard way to bind my keys? It's more like, how should the keys be bound in this game? What makes the most sense for what I'm trying to do? So from this frame to this frame, should be able to copy that, paste it here, and then adjust. Don't try this at home, kids. Or do. Up to you. Hey Nix, how's it going? It's hard. The sword's not really... It's not really in a good spot. His arms, his little arms can't handle it. How goes the road to the demo? It's coming along. Making progress. Working on animations today. Yeah. Honestly, one of the reasons why I want to build a team for this game is this. It's this work that I'm a little concerned about doing on my own until release. I feel like it's just too much for me. Like the amount of polish, like animation polish that it takes just to get something going in the game it's a lot for one person at least. Like all the scenario stuff, like all the rest of the game, I'm not too concerned about it. The art, like everything, it's all fine. It's just the animation, man. It's a killer. You like YouTube streams more than Twitch? Why is that? That's actually a really important thing that we probably need to discuss today. Pals, I've been having a little bit of a dilemma. Right now, when I stream on YouTube, bad things happen. Namely, people unsubscribe. We've been getting quite a high number of unsubscription events on the streams, basically, and only on the days when I stream. So on the weekend, people subscribe at a certain rate. On the days where I stream, people unsubscribe. I think we've been sort of discussing amongst ourselves in the mod channel on Discord that it may just be that this kind of content is not what some people subscribe for, you know, and they see it in the feed and they go, this isn't what I want, and so they just unsubscribe. Yeah. And I do, like, obviously I respect that. Like, I can't force someone to enjoy my content. But I don't know, like, if this goes on, if it's just a group of people, for example, if it's a small number of people who are getting these subscription events and are going, this isn't really what I want, like, I'll unsubscribe, and that, like, stops, you know, like a week from now, no problem, right? That's all good. But if it continues this way, I may have to end the YouTube streams and either stream on a different channel, like a new channel, or do something else. Because I don't think it's a sustainable thing. Like, I don't think I could keep streaming like this on YouTube without there being, like, repercussions with the algorithm. Like, a lot of people do that stuff. A lot of people stream to, you know, additional channels. You know, I'm open to that. But it wouldn't have been my first choice. Like, I've always thought that keeping it all under one roof has been a better plan. But, I mean, now I'm starting to see why people might not do it. Again, it's, you know, if that's just the way that it is, if people just aren't interested in that kind of content and that's how they vote about the content they want to see, fair play. I just got to be a bit more careful then, I guess, with the content that I make and where I put it. It's a shame because you wouldn't... What I would really like to do is just turn the notifications off for the for the streams, just so that, like, you're not notified about them unless you choose to be. That would be great. Like, it's totally cool if it's not in your interest. It's just that I can't turn them off. YouTube has it set up so that you can't disable notifications for streams. Yeah, well, I get that too, of course. Like, that's where the discovery is, right? Like, you're not going to find my stream if you're not getting a notification for it. But there's a reason. I mean, people are they're not turning notifications off, they're unsubscribing. So I guess part of it could just be that some of the audience who watches, you know, just the tutorials, they're just not interested in dev stuff, and that's totally fine. Like, they just wanted to do pixel art, and this is just not what they're interested in. Makes perfect sense to me. But I really would prefer to not have to, you know, I really would prefer for things to not decay too much, just for the sake of the algorithm, you know, if anything. I don't want YouTube to think that no one likes my content anymore. Hey, Airtree. I hope that's the case. It is a recent thing, Bossa Nova, yeah. Hey, Brianna. Thank you so much. I know, it's a bit weird. That was quick. I can see your convo. It's... I just press V to select the layer. I just hit V. You can control click as well. That works too. But typically, I just press V. In fact, not even V. Well, yeah, when V is selected, that's the move tool. And if you have auto select layer on, it'll just move. It'll auto select whichever layer you have. Whichever layer you click on. So I just tap the layer with V, and then I just go to the next layer. Or I'll press like, yeah, I'll go like VB, 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 back and forth. Armin is about 50 pixels tall and about 25 pixels, 20 pixels wide. Depends on what he's doing, I guess. Gosh, I hate these meta files. I actually don't want them to be visible. Can I hide them? Maybe I should be doing that. Options. Search results. Filters. No. I think it's an indexing thing. Yeah, I don't know how to do it. Exclude. That's folders though. Anyway. Yeah. So he is, let's go this proportion. He's 20 by 50. Let's go with that for now. It's maybe a little bit... Oh no, he's gone. Yeah, I feel like he's a little bit turned away from us in a way that I don't like when he does the backswing. I might have to reanimate it. I just think this frame, it just doesn't have a... I don't know. Everything 1.5, omit results. I have everything 1.5. How do I do that? I wonder if I can do this so that it's always the case. Temporary excludes. Maybe they changed the name of that. I don't think that did anything. It's all good. I'll leave it as it is. It just means I have to look a little harder. Hey, Just Soup. You don't have to put in the work, you know. You could just like work with somebody else who is an animator, and then you don't have to think about it. Oh man. You know, I really thought I slept in today. Well, I know that I slept in. I know that I was using my... I know that I was asleep for over 8 hours. So, why am I so tired? Okay, if I was to paint over this, what would I want to do? How would I do this? I think what I would do is we'll do it in green. I would make this, I basically swap the arms so that the head was here. This arm was like this, and like this, and I would make the shirt like this. And then we would have the coat be like that. And you would see the legs. This. Obviously then the head would be like this. I feel like that's probably better. This pose. His hair like this. Then this with his head away. I don't know. How did I go about outfitting him? Man, his outfit has basically not changed since I started working on the game. Yeah, the sword shape would be very different here. This would have to be facing away from us, so it's probably going to be more like that. And then keep this like that. But do you know what? That would help flatten this out, and it would make it more obvious that it's an upward attack. I think we might have to do it that way. I'll show you how Armin's outfit started. And honestly, if I was to do it over, I might make him look totally different. If it was like a, how do I put this? If I had a complete do-over opportunity today, my character designs would be different than how they were in, like, you know. You think that it's weird that it stays on the same side? Well, it is crossing over. This here, the idea would be that it's facing back now on the other side. So now it's gone from, it is behind him in this pose. He'd be a frog person. He wouldn't be a frog person. Yeah, I like this. I think this is really cool. I mean, the animation is right. I just don't think the position of the camera relative to the torso is right. So this was the first Armin thing that existed. So he had the boots. They were folded over, but they've since become like a metal ring. He had the pants. He had a shirt that was untucked and more of a blazer. Now it's more of like a colonial piratey outfit. And he had similar hair. He just didn't have the ponytail. And that's literally all that's changed. I just made him a bit more of a pirate from the original. Yeah, I drew this. Yeah. This was back in 2014. Might have been even 2013, actually. I don't remember. So this was very different. It looks a lot like David Tennant to me. He looks like the Doctor with a cool haircut. Yeah, it was private school. That was the idea originally. It was very have you seen like Final Fantasy VIII? You know, it's like a school. It's like, oh, they're all in school, but it's like an academy. That was the kind of original sort of thing that I was going for. So not exactly like this, but sort of a bit preppier than it is now. And then I don't remember how the pirate stuff happened. I think I was playing Monkey Island and Guybrush's character just stood out to me as something cool. And I liked the idea of a fantasy with pirates. That's obviously been done now quite a lot since then. Like this is pre Owlboy. Owlboy hadn't even, I don't even think that game had come out yet or been announced when I started thinking about this stuff. And that game does pirates a lot, so I don't know. You know, you do what you do. I'm going to leave this as it is for now, just because it's in the game and that's fine. Let's try it out in like some combat, maybe. Orlando Bloom. Oh, yeah. Oh, come back. Doesn't look bad. It looks fine. Hmm. Get out of here. I got hit on the out of the invulnerability frames. I must have been on the wrong side of that attack. Okay. Yeah, I used Unity before VS Code existed. I used Visual Studio at the time. But you know what? He is a teen wearing his dad's jacket. That's exactly what he is. That's exactly what he is. He's not a pirate. He's just wearing a military jacket that was his father's. You nailed it. You couldn't have said it better. All right. So, right now we're using this as the back step. Do I like it? I think it kind of needs to be a little bit more like a as he's jumping back, or something like a bit more like maneuvery. That's a word. Right now it's sort of like he steps back. It doesn't actually even make sense what that pose is, because I don't even know which way he's facing. Maybe we can use the back step that I animated. Maybe we can use this with the thing that I'm trying to do. Something like It needs frames either side. And you know what? I'm pretty sure I've got animation frames that I could borrow from other parts of things. Like this into this. Maybe we could do something. This is the playlist from pretzel.com. Pretzel Rocks, I should say. Pretzel.rocks. That's what it is. It's a radio, basically. How would I do this? I'm gonna do a back step. You kind of want... Holding the sword forward, expensive stance. We're like this, and we're gonna jump back. So it needs to be... Yeah, it's not great. Because here it works as like... Here it works as 2 beats, like a back step and then a swing. And what I'm trying to make it do is be a back step that is a swing. And I'm not sure if the physics works. A spin move, a pirouette. Where is... his basic sword stance frame? I think it's this, or at least it's like this, if not actually that. I got a lot of those. Combat behaviors, sword. I think it's called defend. Sword guard. It is this. Let's just say it's that. Sorry, Sensual Sanity. I don't have the song right now appearing on the stream, but it's Super VVVVV Eat Boy, I think is the name of that track. So he's going from this frame Yeah, but that twist is a different twist. And I don't know if I'll keep it. I don't think he's going to turn around. Right now, I've got it more like this. But I don't know. I've got him facing the camera, but he probably shouldn't be. He probably should have his back to us a little bit with his head, like, hang on. He probably should end the thrust like this, looking that way, but his back to us, and then turns a little bit, and then it ends back into the defend stance. It's tricky. So this would be like, this. Good afternoon, Eat Games. Yeah, it's hard, man. It's hard. My Ace Bright workflow. So I start an A sprite. Typically, I'll draw some red blobs for my characters. I tag all the animations in a set with these tags. I have a script where I press Control T. Control T turns each of these into a sprite sheet, just like a PNG with these frames and this name. That gets saved into Unity just because it's in the same project folder. So these are all my A-Sprite files, and then this is the outputs. And then I have my tool here in Unity called Retrobox that I created that lets me place the frames in a timeline and then assign hitboxes to them. And then that spits out a scriptable object, which is this thing that you're seeing here. So that's just the data that you're seeing here is inside of a file. That file gets played in the game with an animation player that I created called Retro Animator. So this manages the hitboxes and the animation frames. And that's it. That gets set. So this is accessible to the state machine for the character. And each of the scripts that need to do something with his animation will just set the animation at the beginning of their state or whatever. So this attack will be set by the downstab attack state in the state machine on the player, and the player will just play it. The frame rate is set on instantiation, when it gets called. So like if I want to play this at 10 frames per second or 30, that gets done when I'm calling it in the script. What? I got two files. They have different contents. I don't know how that happened. The thing is with this spin, I'm pretty sure that the weight of the spin is going to be on the backside. Like this spin wants to be, if I look at this here, that is actually where the weight wants to be. Like if you're going to slash at somebody, the sword needs to be behind you for you to bring it forward. Here, he's loaded here, and he's going to be swinging away, which is the spin. So in order for this to work, from this pose that he's in, I just don't think that the weight is going to be there. And a thrust doesn't work either. Like his priority is him moving himself backwards. That's the thing we need to focus on. So unfortunately, I'm very locked in with this camera. The camera's pointed where I sit, so when I stand, you're not going to see much. But kind of like here, if he wants to step back, so if you're stepping out of the way, you can step back and attack. That's kind of what it is now. It's a back and attack, or you can do that immediately, right? For me to swing forward, I need to go back here to do that. So you could do this and then do that, but you lose all your weight. If you're not standing planted, well, it is a counter. If you're not standing planted when you swing, you have no power because your body, the legs, and also generate the power in the swing. So you can't do that and have it do anything. I've got it set up with, at the moment, almost like the swing slides him back. That's what this is. So the slash doing that, going from there to there, pushes him back. But you can see he's actually not in the stance, I don't think, when he does that. He sort of like in an instant drops the sword. I mean, it is a pixel art game, so like this stuff that we're talking about, it's very picky. It doesn't have to be this way. Like it is just a... I don't know. Maybe I should just make a cool frame and be done with it. I need to give them revenge points, I think. I need to go the Kingdom Hearts road and stop them from taking damage at a certain point. Okay. Forever Undecided, thank you so much for the sub. The other thing I'm thinking of is like a jump back that has like a downward arc to it. So kind of like this frame. But with his arms kind of up. No, this is mine. This whole game, everything in the entire game, I animated and drew from scratch. There's no assets in this game. It's all custom. So we could do something like this. The red character? Yeah, I drew that. It's all drawn by hand. This kind of stuff, I just draw it. You know? Yeah, I actually find that part the easy part. You know, just getting something visually on the canvas that looks right from a silhouette perspective. To me, that's the easy part. It's and oftentimes it's because there's no detail in it, you can't see where it's wrong. But you can at least get something that feels like a pose. So it's this into... Hey Colin, thanks so much for watching. Hey, can I ask a question? And in fact, I probably don't even need to ask this question. I think the answer is just going to be yes. How many of you would like me to do a tutorial on programming? Just like either with Unity or Godot, where I just show you, I just explain programming in like an hour or something like that. Just like we make a small game and I just explain all of the exactly what I'm doing. Like, hey, we're gonna make a top-down game. Here's how we do top-down movement. Here's how we do interaction. For Godot. Yeah. It's hard because I would love to teach state machines straight away. But that's kind of like a level above beginner. So maybe it would be something like, I would try to make maybe 3 videos or something. So maybe the first video is just understanding programming. The second video is just doing systems. And the third video would just be game design using the systems or something like that. I don't know. Or artwork flow or something. Just break it down into 3 different videos or something like that. No, it's all good, Lazy Guru. I think people are into that kind of thing. I have a video that I scripted. Maybe I can't even say how long ago this was. This was like a couple of years ago. I was still living in my old apartment. And it was, let me see if I can show you this thing. Sorry, I'm just searching. 3 years ago, I had an intro. Oh, you're saying, Lazy Guru, Godot versus Unity? It doesn't matter. I think I probably would. I think there's probably enough demand for both that I should just do either or both. And I feel like a poll here would be, well, all right, do the poll. Why not? I wish I had a viewer. Yeah, I mean, I would want to do one video. I wouldn't want to do 2 different series, but I also think that I wouldn't want to do 2 engines in one video. So I'd just pick one. Maybe Godot with C#. Because there's also the question of like, do I explain the engine in that video? Like, do we show off some engine features or do we keep it really, really light? Maybe what I do is, yeah, so I've never actually used Godot with C#. I've only used Godot with GDScript. No, I never used C#. What if you did the game jam as a tutorial? That would be how I would go about it. Or at least I was thinking about sourcing a game jam video as a way of explaining. So like all of the stuff that I've done. So what about, okay. Oh man, it's so tough. It's so tough. Because in an actual game jam, I'm not working slow enough to tutorialize it. If we did like a fake game jam, that's fine. Like a game jam scenario. Maybe I pick a game jam that I don't really care about submitting for and I just treat that as an example, as like a stage to set the thing. It's a tough one. I think the scenario is right. Like for people who are going to be doing game jams and starting game dev, here is the same sort of scenario. You're going to be in this sort of framework, but I don't want to really limit you. Wow, Godot in the lead. So instead, I think it would be like, I get what I really want to, like, I need to figure out exactly what I want to teach, right? The symbol for less than 1 is wrong. Yeah. Are you looking at this? I haven't shown this yet. Are you seeing something here? Anyway, I was going to explain. Godot wins 18-6. Wow. A lot more appetite for Godot, at least here on stream. So the idea would be that I would show off, like, not like this, but this. If I was just doing a programming tutorial, this is how I would do it. I think in a game dev context is better because you have a goal in mind. So maybe we start with just you can make this in 1 hour. Let's go. And then from there, you know what, it would be also cool if I have an asset pack for a character controller that I bake in with the thing and you can buy it online. I don't really do programming tutorials, but I'm thinking of doing them. That's what we're talking about today, right now. So you can find the YouTube channel in the description. So it would be like, hey, and let me know, for those of you who do know how to code, I'll just rehearse this with you if you like. And let me know if you agree with this, because the biggest concern for why I haven't done this in the past is mostly because I don't really consider myself somebody worthy of teaching you. But I think these days my mindset's changed quite a bit on that. I feel pretty confident that I know, at least for what this kind of content is, I could teach you this stuff. So my approach to this is the following. Programming is basically two different things. It's creating data and manipulating it with logic. That is what you do when you program. Okay? So the first question is, what is data? All data in computers is represented with bits. That's zeros and ones. 0 means off, 1 means on. This is a bit. Most of the time, when we talk about like what a computer is doing, it's processing all this stuff, all of the logic that we're giving it, down into binary, which looks like this. But at the end, these are all just bits, right? Ones and zeros. Okay. We assign those ones and zeros with languages. So we're not writing these by hand. We are really just using languages that are closer to English or closer to our spoken languages. And the computer interprets this stuff. I should say, what I'm giving you, this like script, is from 3 years ago, and I don't really remember exactly how it goes. So it's not going to be this isn't a tutorial. This is just like me going back over these slides and just seeing how I would give it. So here's an example of some code. And this is how we talk to the computer, right? This is how we set up that kind of stuff. So the first part of programming is data. And those ones and zeros can get structured into different things called data types. Okay, so we have booleans, integers, floats, characters, string. There are more than these, but these are some basic ones. What is a boolean? Well, a boolean in C# at least is... Oh, I should talk about declarations. I'll just talk about what these things are. So a boolean contains true or false information. It's just a flag that says whether something is true or not. right? 1 or 0. It requires 1 bit. Nah, I shouldn't talk about that. I should just say, I think I know how I would do this, but let's just go down the list for a bit. Okay, so we have booleans, right? That's yes or no information. Integers store whole numbers, right? These include negative numbers. Floating point data is anything with a decimal point. There's also shorts and doubles, but we're not going to talk about them here. But they happen to be levels of precision for handling data. Character is obviously letters and characters, like ASCII characters, things that you could type on a keyboard. And strings are basically characters chained together. So that's data. And in C#, that's what the primitive data types look like. Then we have logic. So logic is our way of actually creating and manipulating the data. Here we have a basic declaration. So here we're creating a new integer. We're going to give it the name A, and we're going to give it the value of 1. In C#, all statements like this need a semicolon at the end. That's like a full stop in English. We also have comment statements, which do nothing, but are there just for us to be able to read them. And you can define statements, in a linear fashion. They get read from top down, and you break them up with semicolons. So here we have a boolean called grounded. We're going to set it to true. An integer called jump time. We're going to set it to 0. So the first thing is the data type, the name, and then the semicolon. I can't remember what this was for. Oh, that's right. So it's really important that everything that goes on the right-hand side of an equals sign can be, as long as it can be evaluated to a Boolean, it can be anything. It doesn't have to be the word true or the word false. It can be anything. So it's kind of like our own little algebra. So you could put something in here like true, or you could put here a statement like 2 is less than 1. That will evaluate to be false. And this makes more sense down the line when you've got other more complicated things that could be at different, could be in different states depending on what the game's doing. So in this case, that will be false. An example here would be something like if the character's position in the air is lower than the terrain height, right? That means that we're grounded. In this case, you can see it here. If we're above the ground, then we're not grounded. If we're below the ground, then we're grounded. So everything on the right-hand side of this equals symbol, as long as it can be evaluated to a Boolean, you can set the Boolean to that. You can also do, with integers, similar things. So as long as what can be evaluated to an integer can be done so on the right-hand side, then you can set an integer to that. So in this case, we're setting health to be maximum health minus the damage that we got taken. You can also use the same variable inside of a statement that sets the variable. So this decreases the health by damage. Let's talk about operators. So you've seen a couple so far already. Asterisk is multiplication. You can set one thing to the multiplication of two different things. This won't be the tutorial. I will give a proper tutorial, probably in the context of a game engine, not like this. This is just, I guess, a checklist of the information and the way I might describe it. But it's not really, don't try to learn programming in the next 5 minutes from me describing this stuff. So these are operators, and you've seen them in mathematics. A lot of the primitive data types, you can use these operators in this way. And so for an integer, that obviously makes sense. You would have done this in mathematics class. For strings, you can use the plus in this case. There are also what are called relational operators. So what we were looking at before was arithmetic operators, which you learned in maths class. This is logical operators or relational operators. And they're more about comparing things to each other. So greater than, whoop, less than, equals. So here you can set is10 to be whether or not this is true. In this case, 7 plus 3 is the same as 2 times 5. We also have and, so it requires both things to be true in order for it to return true. In this case, we have a true Boolean and a false Boolean. Together, they do not equal true because they're not both the same value. This is true and this is false because they're different. This becomes false. We also have the OR operator. So only one of these has to be true. In this case, this needs to be true or this needs to be true because first is true, both becomes true. Or this should be either. There we go. We also have less than or equal, greater than or equal, and not equal. Those are other operators you can throw in there. Or you can shorten it to just be not. Yeah, so I think all of this would make way more sense in a video game. I think even we were talking about grounded, like this is contextless. It's really hard to understand why somebody would do this. This makes perfect sense. So I think what we would do is we would start with a game that works. And then I would explain how to make the game. Right? So I would basically be introducing the concepts that I've just talked about in the context of the game of like, let's make a character. The first thing that we need to do is blah, blah, blah. And then this is a primitive operator, you know, or whatever. This is a primitive data type. We want to store this information like this so that we can do this. How do we do that in programming? Well, in C#, we store that kind of information this way. So the idea of storing information would be a good place to start with data. Like why do we need to store or create data in the game? And what constitutes data, right? And then logic. Why would we need to learn how to manipulate the data with logic? Why is that valuable to us? Well, in a video game, you know, so many things are automated and we want the computer to basically run the game for us. So the logic is how the game operates, right? The rules of the game. So that's kind of, you know, I think that the context will help a lot. And the next thing we would do is talk about scopes. And this is one of those things where I do struggle a little bit with this from like a top-down versus bottom-up explanation. Like scopes, right, are everywhere. And technically anything with brackets has to do with scoping, right? But do you explain scopes or do you explain an if statement first? Do you know what I mean? Like hierarchically, it might not be as intuitive as just going practically. Because this, again, without context, why would you ever do this? I've never actually done this before, but it's the simplest explanation of how a scope works. You know? Yeah, I agree. And then like blocks, functions. So from here I would go like branching logic structures. So like if statements, switch statements, or even loops for while. and then we would go into functions. And then like probably here is where you start with like private, like accessibility, like encapsulation. Or I don't know what you call that, access. And then classes, instructs. And then maybe data structures. Yeah, that's right. That's right. So return types. Or we'll call it void versus return. And then beyond data structures, there would be like paradigms. And then best practices. So inheritance. And then, oh gosh, there's more here. You could talk about interfaces. The Weeb Panda, thank you so much for the follow. Do I use properties often? As in like in C# properties? Like a little, not lambda, but I use them, yeah, a lot. I think I know what you're talking about. Enums, yeah. I think of an enum as, well, it's an object. I guess you start, oh, objects is kind of like, and references. Oh, goodness. Well, that's kind of right around here. I mean, you kind of have to understand what a class is. Objects and instances. Arrays. That's collections. So that would go, I guess, data structures. This is for complete beginners. It's pretty trivial, Kyle, yeah. Yeah, so that's like singleton stuff. That's right around here. Like patterns. Yeah. This is, I guess, more about like how you should do it and not how to do it. Gosh, it's a lot of content, isn't it? I think it's so straightforward, but only because I've been doing it for so long. This would be, I think this would be like, I think this would be really useful once the context is right. I wish I wasn't making a game right now. If I wasn't making a video game right now, I would drop everything and I would do this, and it would take me 3 weeks and I would do a video a week. And we'd just make a game on YouTube. I would just teach you how to make a game on YouTube, knowing what I know. And we would do the foundations with like a simple game, and then we would do different games. And they wouldn't be like full games, they'd be like project boilerplates that then you could take and make your own. So like, you know, from patterns, it would be like state machine, singleton, manager, like game, well, I guess singleton like / game manager. And then like object pooling. There's so much stuff. There's so much stuff to explain, and I love to explain things. ECS. Yeah, components. I mean, that's where like dependencies and solid principles come into it. That's kind of around the inheritance thing, I guess, right around paradigms. It kind of lives sort of here. I wrote it wrong again. Cheese on cheese, thanks for the follow. Is it going to be a live code along thing or an edited video tutorial? So this would be, if I was to do this today, it would be Godot and it would be me explaining a thing and then the code pops up. You wouldn't watch me type it unless I wanted you to follow along with me specifically for like one beat. It would be like, okay, we're going to type and don't forget the blah. That's how I would do it just for that instance, but I would cut between it. I'd be teaching it as, yeah, game programming. That's what I would teach it as. Game programming with it's object oriented / component based. That's how I would teach it. That's how I know how to do it. So, lots of hierarchical behavior, not a lot of inheritance outside of, states. Yeah. And then it would be like, state machines, animator, what else? I guess object pool kind of comes in with this kind of stuff. What else? Can you teach it in assembly? Oh, maybe like input? Not sure. Multiplayer or hit like even, oh gosh, hitboxes. There's other stuff there too. Anyway. Yeah. Tiles and that's going, I guess, into more editor stuff at that point. I mean, you could even talk about procedural design. This is, from here it gets a little bit crazy. UI is important for sure. I don't really like, I'm only really comfortable with the Unity UI system. I don't know the Godot one very well. Pointers? Only if I was working in C++. I wouldn't cover it in C#. I've never used it. The other problem I have with this thing is that I'm a little concerned about is I code in a very specific way, and I don't know how best practices that is. I don't know if there is a best practice, but like the way I've written this here is not how I code. If I was doing this, I mean, maybe if I was just doing scopes like that, but if I'm doing blocks, I actually do it like this. I don't do this. So I'm a Java guy. And I also capitalize my class names and my function names, and I lowercase my variable names. Yeah. A brace war. Anyway. So these could be their own videos once we've done that basics video. I think if you can get to like hang on, sorry. If you can get from video 1, 15 minutes, if you can get all the pardon me. If you can get all the way to if statements in video 1, I think you're in a really good spot. If you can get through functions and classes in video 2, if you can do that in an hour, I feel like that's blistering pace, but it's probably doable. And then once you're at like, if you can get from like basically, did I put loops in there? Yeah, loops are here after scopes. So I try to get to at least loops and if statements in the first video. This would be like video 1. And then, gosh, maybe we would go with data structures and collections before we do classes. Yeah. But then how do we talk about objects and instances without talking about classes? Yeah, I think this comes after that. And then this. It's like, and what do we, how do we use this for more complicated data than just arrays? You know? Than just integers, right? Like, what about if we want something more complicated than just an array of integers? Maybe it's more like lists. Collections, man, you can get so caught in the weeds with some of this stuff. I mean, even a stack is kind of a list, really. And then a hash. So I wouldn't describe the operating system. I wouldn't do that. It's not a computer science course. It's just programming course, and specifically game programming. How about you only have one slide for a topic if you can demonstrate how to use it in a game? Well, this is the thing. The intuitiveness, the game would have to be, we'd have to do a really good job of describing like, we'd have to pick a game idea that can grow organically. Like, do you guys know that game Evoland? Where like it starts as like this, and then it turns into like a bigger game. You kind of like unlock bigger features as the game goes. it would need to be a game concept where like it starts with just a button. You click the thing and the button lights up, right? Or it's not even clickable yet. It's just a thing that goes dit, doot, 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 or whatever. And then we turn it into like Pong, or we turn it into like we go from, oh yeah. That's kind of cool. So like we start at like light, like a flashing light. And then we turn that into like a ball with a position. And then we turn it into like breakout. And then we turn it into like a platformer. Maybe that's too. I don't know if I think platformer is too hard. I think if you leave physics until after. So this is one pathway. We could do this. Or we do top down RPG style. I think that's the winner. I think the top down style is the one that everybody wants to do that. Ooh, dialogue systems. I totally forgot about that. Well, that's a totally other thing, I guess. So like top-down RPG style with walking up, down, left, right. And then maybe you add action. Yeah, and then items. Maybe inventory becomes... And then scene management. And then action. So like navigation. So maybe the promise is I'm going to take you from Pong to Zelda in like a 3-hour course or something like that. Yeah. Maybe we don't do that. From 1 to hero. From 1-0 to hero. From 0 to hero. That's pretty good. And then like, what's this? Like boundaries? So like bouncing off of the things. Navigation. Animations where it gets a little tricky. So collections would be good. Maybe animation and inventory come together. The problem with this is, once we get into animations, you start needing state machines. Well, I don't think it's weird because for something to move, that's one thing. For it to stop moving when it hits something else, that's another thing. You don't need physics for that. But I kind of want to teach you the idea of like I don't want to like teach you Verlet integration, but I want you to understand that like it's conditional logic. That's all this is. This is just the ball can move until its position reaches beyond a certain point and then it can't move. And then you let the player move within a space that's that way. Right? It's like there are positions. I want you to have conditional logic. And then, yeah. I mean, this is great for lists. Both of these are great for collections. This would be... I mean, this is conditional logic, like multi-way selection, up, down, left, right. How important is it to have a strong understanding of linear algebra? Oh, I'm not strong in math, so I don't even know what's covered by linear algebra. I think linear algebra actually, there are programming equivalents that are more intuitive than the mathematical side of it. I think I understand what it is. I might be guessing here. I think linear algebra, oh, maybe I'm wrong. Is it not like conditional stuff? Linear equations? Vector spaces? I don't think you need to have a university level understanding of linear algebra to make games. Yeah, dot product, cross product. It's not, that stuff's so intuitive. You don't have to learn it this way. Do you know what? I'm the kind of person, when I see this, my eyes just haze over. I just go, whoa, I don't know what that means. But then in a game context, this stuff is super straightforward. If it's just like multiplying vectors and stuff, that's nothing. Even like series like this, the notation just makes it impossible to look at. It looks like you're reading Greek. But in actuality, the concepts, handling them in code, it's not complicated. I don't think so. Yeah, if it's just vector math, that's not complicated. Because you know what it is? The matrix stuff, like when they talk about matrices, like they're talking about vector spaces, right? When we say like, oh my gosh. This looks like really complicated, and when you multiply it by something else, it's like, oh, how does that work? But really, if you don't think of this like that, if you just think of it as like a coordinate in space, multiply by another coordinate, and then you think of it in like a grid. Sorry, Tutu. I didn't make it very clear, did I? If you just think of it like numbers being multiplied in a grid, that's way, way, way simpler. Right? Like you've just got a point and you got another point, and then you just think about how you're going to multiply from one to the other, or like multiply them together. Do they just scale? Or do they, are you thinking about the vectors as directions or as positions? Like that kind of stuff within a game context is not complicated. Like asking like, oh, if I take this angle on a clock and this angle and I multiply them together and I want this angle, like in that world, you know what you're talking about when you're asking that question. Like, and when you're talking about two positions being multiplied, you know what you're talking about when you're asking that question. Like, I just want the position. If I take the two X's and the two Y's and the two Z's, right? And I just want to multiply them. That's going to end me up over here. That's a different, it's a different, one's a cross product, one's a dot product, I think. I don't even really know those terms very well, but I know what I mean when I'm writing it in the game. So if you were getting like a job, like if you were going into like an application, you might need to know the difference, but in practice, it's not complicated at all. And even like, you know, I've made a game where I was multiplying like, what's the word? Like, because ultimately mathematics is concerned with this stuff from like a complete abstraction point, like the most abstract way of thinking about this stuff. So that when you're talking about, you know, a matrix or whatever, it's like, well, there could be any number of parameters in this and all the different kinds of dimensional spaces that you could be blah, blah, blah. In reality, like you could think of this as like fields, like each comma could be a field in an object. So like, I don't know what a good example would be, but even like multi-dim arrays, you know, you can have like an array where you've got like X, Y, Z, these are positions, and then you could have, you know, R, G, B, A. Now we have this like crazy like 7-dimensional array, you know, where we're just talking about pixels in a 3D matrix. You know, that's not complicated if you have a concrete idea about what these things would be. And you can even imagine like a cube of lights and multiplying the colors by each other within the cube of lights to do something, right? Like it's just, you just need a context for it to make sense. But understanding the relationships between these different kinds of things, like it sounds way more complicated than it is. I don't know. That's me as someone who doesn't know what linear algebra is, but I know what vector math is, so I don't know. I actually, when I was at university, I did a semester called independent research, basically. And one of the things that I was doing in the, like my thesis in that unit was to think about design space as parametric. So I had this idea of like procedural design. So like imagine like a tree, right? And you could have different parameters of the tree. You could have how often it branches and how many branches per branching point. Right, in this case, it's like you can have a tree that goes 2 and every time it branches twice, right? It's like L system stuff, right? And what I did was I made an interface where I had like a center point, which was like the current design of the tree. And then I had mutations like in different dimensions. So it's like, oh, if I go this way, the tree becomes more narrow, maybe, right? The same tree, but now there's the width of the branches becomes narrower. Or the same tree, but you get only 1 branch per branch. Or the same tree, except 2 branches instead of 1 branch, instead of 3, right? And then you basically you navigate through the parameter space rather than tweaking, you know, the parameters X, Y, Z, and you change some number from 1 to 3 in an editor. You would navigate through the forest of trees that had different mutations, basically. Which is kind of a heady concept, but it's sort of the same stuff as that linear algebra stuff in a way. I was just like modulating the parameters of all the different instances and using that as a space and navigating it through. Maybe there's something in that. I don't know. I also had I was doing an experiment where I had like a flocking system, like a particle system. It might have been fluid simulation. I can't remember if it was flocking or fluid sim. And you could rewind it and fast forward through it, right? So you could back it up the particles or like make them play out. And then you could move your mouse vertically to change the like bounciness of the particles. So you could watch the, you could stay in the same point in time, but change the properties of the particle system and watch what would happen at that point in time if you had changed some different property at the beginning. So that there's a lot of complicated shit you can do without having like a math degree, and you end up touching all that stuff without really, even if you didn't learn it, you know, properly. It was a fun exercise. I really liked it. So how's the alpha tests? We've got 2 alpha tests currently up, and today I've been working on animations for some of those combat animations that are in the second alpha test are, well, the second exercise. They're unfinished, so most of today I've been just like finishing them up. Hey, Obahamas, welcome. So what we were just describing was a potential series of videos. So I'd like to run this by you guys. I know many of you really like my content on YouTube, particularly the pixel art tutorials. I've hit a point with those where I don't always have an Insignia video to make, or I should say, gosh, Insignia these days is kind of like got its own content pipeline with the shorts and the streams. But I know that people still want some of the time for there to be tutorial content. So I've been really struggling with the idea of making straight up pixel art tutorials because I kind of run out of things to teach. There's like 100 videos on my channel of pixel art tutorials. So the options we have are move into, for the tutorial content, game dev tutorials, or do style breakdowns with pixel art. So take a specific game and say, how do I think this game was made this way? What are the kinds of things that the artists would have been thinking about, or what are the techniques that they've used in order to arrive at this screenshot, right? The second one I feel a little icky about because I don't like the idea of like teaching people how to clone something. That's the only thing that I'm a little concerned about, is like, it just means that there are going to be that many more, you know, Stardew Valley alikes, or, you know, Pokemon clones or whatever. Like I'd like to, I think it's cool. And I've got a video where I talk about lots of styles, but if it's just, yeah, I'd have to do it really well. The style breakdown would be rough if there were lots of them. The breakdown idea is cool. People would watch it 100%. Like it's not a question of whether or not people would watch it. It would be a very popular series, I think. Yeah, fixing other people's work, it's okay. It's very valuable for one person, but it's not as valuable for lots of people. But I think the game dev tutorial, that's like a different journey. That's like a different chapter of Indie Tales a little bit, you know? Like if I did this would have to be something that I do, you know, maybe every second weekend for like 6 weeks would be the way that I might do it. This is like delving into like becoming Brackies 2.0, you know? I'm not like, I don't know if that's necessarily what I want to do, I know it's something that I could do that's valuable. You know, that's the thing is, hey Radio Rec, thank you so much for the sub. There is a channel out there. I mean, there's room for multiple channels that do this. But if you really want someone who does this stuff, probably better than me, probably better than I'll ever do it. It's Dan, not Dan Freeman. What's his name? Dan Schiffman. This guy, I mean, he even looks like me a little. Dan Schiffman is like his channel's called The Coding Train. This channel is basically, this video brought to you. You want to do creative coding? This guy's got you covered. He'll teach you how to make anything. It's just that his code is a little bit, it's a little bit for the love of it. You know what I mean? It's kind of broken out a little bit. It's like it's closer to like Sebastian Lag, but not game dev. It's like more fun. Yeah, just doing cool little things. Just like little code stuff. Most of this stuff is related to game dev. It's very, 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 very relevant. Like, oh man, that's so cool. I want to learn how this works. Shape classifier. Like marching squares, super useful. Object detection, gravity, super useful. All this stuff. It's like, you definitely will use this in game dev. And if there is something you want to learn, he probably has a video about it. I would do it more so you want to make games. That's kind of how I would do it. And I would be basically trying to fast track you through the topics that are here that are more that are just, you know, game dev. This guy's The Coding Train. What did you mean before about cloning? Oh, with art styles. I just don't know how I feel about teaching people how to make games that look like other games. Specifically, like, hey, let's make a game that let's teach you how to make something that looks exactly like this successful game. Like the reason why is, well, not the reason why, but I'm quite good acquaintances with the YouTuber Tesselator. And Tesselator's whole thing is that he's making a game that has a very specific art style. And I feel his, you know, I feel for him because lots of people are trying to make games that look just like his, and they make YouTube videos about making games that look just like his. And if I was contributing to that mentality, I feel like I would be taking something away from the artists who seek to make new things. I think that there's obviously academic merit in understanding how people do things. I think that's so important. I don't know how I would. I don't know. I'm just a little. Did I paste twice? Really? Oh, no. Restream. Oh, maybe the bot got confused. I don't know. Oh, yeah, like older games is great. Yeah, that's the thing. Like if it was like a current indie game, I feel like that's a little weird. If it's like an older game, that's totally fine. Yeah. Like if it was for like Metal Slug, that's fine. If it was Final Fantasy Tactics, that's totally fine. Yeah, I'm typing through Restream's bot, so it posts on my behalf. Sorry, Lazy. Thank you so much. Exozones, thanks for the follow. So, yeah, I think this is a valuable thing that I could do, but it's not necessarily teach us how to do Steamboat Willie. It's not necessarily something that I have time for right now. That's all. The only reason I'm even talking about it right now is because I'm too tired to do any more work today, at least on stream. So, yeah. I just wanted to spend the last hour communicating in a way that was good on-screen content that I could do and be productive on. I'm looking for Arrowbound. Yeah, it's not... Hey, Earl. It's not currently online. That's another thing that I need to spend some time on. It's in my backlog. Okay. I'll tell you the story about Arrowbound really quickly. I had set aside time to get Arrowbound back online. Okay? In like 3 to 5 days, 3 weeks ago, I was like, oh, I'll just update Arrowbound because the API version that it uses is too old for Google's license or whatever. So I'll just port it over to the new version of Unity, and then I'll just be on my way. The problem is that I would need to... So, Unity bought a company called IronSource like 2 years ago. They're an ad mediation company. The version of ads, of Unity ads, that Arrowbound is built on was pre that acquisition. In order for Arrowbound to still have ads, I would need to make an IronSource account and link it all up that way, and I would need to basically take out and re-implement ads in Arrowbound just to get it live on Google Play. And in order for me to take the ads out entirely, and just because that's what I'm going to do, I don't want there to be ads in the game. I'm happy to just move forward without them. I want it to be a free thing you can just play. In order for me to do that, there are some game design elements. There are mechanics in the game that rely on the ads. Like, there's a merchant in the game, and you watch ads to get the currency sometimes. And there's currency in the game that becomes less plentiful the more you have, to encourage you to watch ads. In order to fix that stuff, I need to go back and I need to change the game's economy slightly. It's probably going to take me a day or two to do that. We could do it on stream, like this week even. It's been a lower priority. You know what? I should probably do it. I need to do it before next Monday. It's actually really important that it's up before next Monday, because once that starts, I really won't have time for it, because then I'm working straight towards a funding goal for Insignia. So maybe we do double back and we fix that. Because it will be good to be able to show the people who are maybe funding the game that I've released a game that's on the store. Like, it was a thing that I wanted to have be done before any of this stuff. So I probably should go back to it before I get too deep into the year. One of the things that I'm adding... Hey, Soda Ramune, you can fund it by donating here or being a subscriber. We have a Patreon as well that you can become a patron of. So let me just back up for a second. So in order for me to get Arrowbound back on the store, I'm going to be adding a few extra things you can purchase in the store. One of them is already in the game. It's like it's a thing that lets the game make the next move for you. And another one, I don't know, we'll see. But I can't do any of that stuff until I dedicate time for it. And then I get to resubmit it, and then I hope that it works. But honestly, I don't even know, like, Google takes so long to approve this stuff that, like, sometimes I'll submit something and then 3 days later Google will be like, oh, this doesn't pass for this reason. Like, I don't even know how to uninstall the ads integration properly. There might be a way. There might be, because I don't know how they detect it. So it's going to take at least a couple of days of fiddling. It's become much more of a headache than it ought to have been originally, unfortunately. And then there are all these things that I could do to Arrowbound to make it more valuable, to make that time worth spending, but I can't justify doing them. So now it's just yeah. Hey Adeo. You've got to learn how to do this stuff, unfortunately, and just Googling tutorials helps. And if you're stuck Googling solutions, sometimes it works. But if you haven't spent the time to learn properly how to develop games or how to program, you will spend a lot of time Googling, a lot of time. One maybe shortcut, maybe, is using Copilot. So ChatGPT, for simple code stuff, you know, you could just paste some code in and they'll tell you what's wrong with it, you know. That way, ChatGPT is better than Google for that stuff. If it's simple stuff. Any tips to avoid tutorial hell? I'm not quite sure what tutorial hell is. Like, I'm not sure how you get there. Correct me if this is wrong, but is tutorial hell where you just follow a bunch of tutorials and you still don't know how to make a game? Is that the idea? Like, you follow tutorials, you know how to, you get the thing going in the tutorial, but like, it doesn't get you any closer to making. Is it a motivational thing or is it a skill thing? Is it like, I followed all these tutorials and I still don't know what I'm doing, or I followed all these tutorials but I don't know what to make? Is it the former or the latter? But like, is it because you don't know or because you're too scared? Like, is it a motivation thing or a technical ability thing? Don't know where to start. Sounds like it's different for different people. So the way that I skipped tutorial hell completely was I had a game that I wanted to make first. Everything I've ever learned for game dev has been focused on, I want to make a game. Not just I want to be able to make games, but I have a game that I want to make. That's probably the better way to put it. If you have a game that you want to make, you only need to look at the tutorials to teach you exactly how to make the thing that you need to make next for the game. So like, I want to make a Mario clone, right? I just want to make Mario Brothers. What does Mario Brothers have? Does it have a dialogue system? No. So don't learn about dialogue systems. Does it have an inventory system? Nope, not the first one. So don't worry about inventory. Just worry about character controller, physics, tile systems, maybe enemies, and then scene management. Now you know how to make Mario Brothers. So you need to have the tutorial. If you're just following the tutorial, yeah, you won't have a game. But if you have a game and you're applying the tutorial to the game, now the game gets bigger with every tutorial that you make, as long as you know exactly what you need for the game. And that's just a question of features. It's not going to be an original game. It's not going to be like the most amazing game ever because it's going to be built out of tutorials. But at least you'll know what it is you're trying to do. Because yeah, unfortunately, it's not like, you know, game dev is not like writing where like you kind of already know how to do it, but you just want like tips on like ways to think about things. Game dev's not really like a one weird tip thing. So collecting one weird tips isn't going to give you the full thing. You kind of just need to go, I want to make something and I know what I want to make, and I don't have the technical knowledge to do that yet. So I'm going to learn specifically that technical knowledge. And I think what's really important is having that holistic understanding of the threat, like, you will learn better about each of those tutorials, right? Like the tutorials will mean more to you if there is something that they're going into. I think so. Because you're going to have like your, let's put it this way. There's a tutorial, right? It covers this content. This is what the tutorial covers. It just covers this. And you kind of want that, but your game is kind of like, you kind of want to make this. Right? Maybe the tutorial covers like most of what you want. And a bunch of tutorials is going to be like this, right? Lots of stars, but they don't cover one shape. They have areas that fall outside of what you're trying to do, and some areas that fall inside what you're trying to do, right? But if we just back up for a second and say, I want to make this, here is the tutorial. You will learn better to kind of fold some of these bits in to fit your project, because you're going to have questions. It's going to be like, yeah, I see that they've made the character double jump, but what if I want the character to only be able to double jump after they've picked up this item? Or what if I want the character to be able to fall through certain kinds of floor? You know, maybe that didn't get covered in this tutorial, but maybe I could take this thing that they did say in the tutorial and adapt it. And that point there where you're pushing the tutorial beyond itself into your needs, that's where you start learning more, because now it's your experience. It's not somebody else's experience that you're just imitating. You're having to create something, and the mistakes that you make will be their own lessons too. So like, do I change, like, that exploration helps you fill out the thing, right? And then eventually you keep doing this with a bunch of tutorials that are specifically made to help you make your game that you already know that you want to learn how to make. And eventually the tutorials and the glue, you know, of your experience that stitches them together will fill in the shape, you know? And you'll hopefully have the confidence to then do the rest yourself. And eventually you won't need any tutorials, you'll just make it. It's really important, the difference between copying someone beat for beat and understanding what it is you're copying. I think if you don't, again, another reason why you do this is if you don't know why you need to know something, it's very hard to remember it. It's hard to apply it. It's hard to save it in your brain if you don't know why it's important. So that would be my advice. Okay. Almost time to go. I filled up all the time. I've been doing a lot of work in the evenings recently, and so maybe I don't feel quite so bad chatting for the last hour of the stream, especially if you guys are getting something out of it. I haven't actually started doing localization for Insignia yet. Save files. That's really interesting. And you know what? I think this thing that I'm building, or that I could, this plan that I have for a maybe tutorial series one day, the goal for this would be to help you be able to watch tutorials for the bits that help you make your game. But starting with a nice foundation. This would be the foundation. Maybe that's the way to think about it. So like, you at least know like what the code is that you're looking at. You're not just copying text, you know? Because like, I don't think I should teach you what a save file is or how they work, but you should be able to implement one with a tutorial that somebody else has made once you've seen this. That's what I hope. If I was to make this, that's what I would hope for it. Because I wouldn't want you to be able to... I'm not trying to help you ship a game. I'm trying to help you understand the foundations of how games are made in a way that takes the fear out of it. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to make it less scary for you if I was to make this series. Anyway. Like, hey, you don't have to know anything. I'll explain literally everything, and at the end, you'll have something that works. I actually was considering teaching my wife programming. She kind of... We've talked about it. And I actually helped... Well, I kind of like gave her this tutorial series a little bit, and I helped her. I gave her some exercises and stuff, and she actually didn't mind it, but I moved a bit fast for her, I think, at the time. She really wanted like classic homework, and I didn't give her enough. For me, I like to go fast, like myself. I like to explore, but she wants to be given drills. So I don't know if I would like create a curriculum. I wouldn't like give homework, but I'd like for her to be able to follow this tutorial too. Okay. So let's quickly outline what it is we're going to be doing for the next month, 2 months. Because I want to be able to focus on the demo starting next week. So Arrowbound, combat, polish, maybe third test. Demo. Those are my priorities. Or the feature tests can keep coming out as I'm building the demo. So we could do like the snake can have its own feature test, and then the marten can have their first feature test. Hey Arya, you okay? How's it going, bud? You trying to build a pyramid there? Yeah, I think I want to. Testing Twitch for SQL injection. Drop table. Little Johnny drop tables. Yeah, so yeah, maybe not third feature test. I think we just go like this. It's also really important that for the demo that we figure out exactly what needs to be in it. Oh, it's Bobby drop tables? Ah, oh, sorry. Little Bobby drop tables. Bobby tables. Robert drop table students. In a way. Why can't Arrowbound take a backseat? Because when I submit the game, I think it would be nice for me to have my affairs in order. Whether that's for publishing, for grant funding, if they say, hey, let's get to know who Adam is. What are the kinds of projects Adam's worked on in the past? And I say, you can't play them, you can't see them. That feels like it's not right. Elzak, thank you so much for the resub. 11 months, let's go. So, getting Arrowbound up on the store is important because it's a game that I've built that works, that for a technicality isn't available for anyone to play. Hey, Ogretot. I have a modular animation and I don't want to draw all the animations in ASprite. I want to draw, for example, 3 heads and just swap them. Why not just do that in Engine? Why do you need spine? Just do it in the game engine. Make the legs do that in a Unity animator and then substitute the leg sprites. No, performance won't be faster than doing it in engine. I don't think so. You don't... all that making sheets does is it adds assets to the game that don't need to be there, and it takes your ability to change them on the fly away. I think you should do it in engine. Unless you are going to have a more difficult time authoring the animations. That I understand, because Unity's animator is... it's okay. Not great. But there's no like performance advantage. Maybe 30 years ago. Mass AIs? Okay, well maybe it's a possible issue if you have like tens of thousands of agents. I mean, why not then just use like After Effects or Adobe Animate would be a way to do it. You could just do it in Adobe Animate and then export those. If they're tiny sprites and you just need to quickly make the things move around and you just want to export that to a sheet, Adobe Animate works. But you could do it in Aseprite too. Oh, not in Aseprite, no, because they're not symbols. You just need some timeline editor. Even Cavalry, there's an app called Cavalry that you could use. All right, pals, I gotta go. We got 1 week left before the crunch time begins. So the week begins. Thanks, everyone. I had a lot of fun. Hope you did too. If you like my content, consider becoming a patron at patreon.com/AdamCEunice. Stay tuned for more updates on the combat test. If you are interested in doing some testing for the game, come to the Discord. The Discord has a forum inside of it where you can catch up with all the latest Insignia feature test stuff. We have speedrunners, we have tech discoverers. Yeah. So I'll see you around. See you tomorrow. I'll be back, same time, same place. If you like what you saw, please be sure to come back. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Until next time.